and puts it down on the counter. Then he points at her. So she goes to her purse, and I paused it right here. And that's a camera. She got a camera out of her purse. And then she walks around. So she completely changed her demeanor.
That was fucking weird.
And then it's like Red City, right? People thought they were donating to charity, but a chunk of the money was going towards Naomi Campbell getting cigarettes, security, bar treatments, and luxury hotel stays. Now she's been banned from all charity involvement for 5 years. The charity she was a trustee of, called Fashion for Relief, spent just 8.5% of money raised on grants to charity between April 2016 and July 2022, the inquiry found. As well as the treats for Naomi, the inquiry also discovered unauthorised payments to other trustees. In total, nearly £345,000 was recovered by investigators. That's now being used to make payments to 2 other charities, Save the Children Fund and the Mayor's Fund for London, to cover the cost of Fashion for Relief's liabilities. The BBC's contacted Naomi's team for comment.
What a scumbag.
She's saying this, bro.
It's like that. You gotta make them real awkward. That's exactly how
You have to have a certain amount of distance between the bodies.
Exactly.
You're high.
Yeah, it's like they say in Catholic schools, leave room for the Holy Ghost. Anyway, there is a lot of memories today, actually. It's a big day in music history.
35 years ago today, Elvis Presley passed.
What the fuck happened to him?
He's a sleeper agent, bro. That was his activation phrase.
The American people are ready to receive the truth.
Humanity is not the only intelligence in the universe. Humanity is not the only intelligent species. We are absolutely not alone. Non-human intelligence exists. UAPs are real. They're here, and they're not human. I spent 25 years as a senior official with the CIA.
I worked on highly classified UAP programs.
28 years as an astrophysicist.
I served as the 4th Director of National Intelligence.
Director of Aviation Security in the National Security Council. A one-star admiral after 32 years of service.
People that come forward with this, I feel like they've taken their life in their own hands. I was recruited to a highly sensitive government program that investigated unidentified aerial phenomena. For over 16 years, I worked as a senior intelligence official on the unidentified aerial phenomena topic. We learned that the U.S. government was involved in a long-running secret war with other nations to collect and reverse engineer vehicles not made by humans. I have seen with my own eyes non-human craft and non-human beings. The first country that cracks the code on this technology will be the leader for years to come.
China has established its own version of a UAP task force.
You think for a second that they wouldn't consider using it to achieve their ends of domination?
This is similar to the Manhattan Project. This is the atomic weapon on steroids.
This is so secret, very, very few people in our entire government have been allowed access to it.
Even presidents have been operating on a need-to-know basis. But that begins to ramp out of control.
It's not acceptable to have secret parts of government that no one ever sees.
You better be careful about a government interests me. There's no telling what they'll pull on you.
This is the biggest discovery in human history. You had information being locked away that could change the trajectory for species. It has so many beneficial
well-produced documentaries there are now about aliens.
You remind me of my cheating wife!
Crazy theory that this day in time was the same day as the original Back to the Future. The present day was October 26, 1985. We know for a fact this was Goonies happened on a Saturday. Mouth said it was a nuclear Saturday at the beginning, right? And they're not in school, right? We do know it's October. Brand is doing sit-ups, and there's a calendar that says October. And there's a newspaper in this scene that they find with the Fratellis, and it says October 24th, 1985, with the Fratellis being at large. It's got their photos. So we're like assuming that this is 2 days later on October 26th, Saturday. This magical date and time happened. Back to the Future and Goonies, same day. Wow. There's a little link there between Nedry's character and the Goonies. Early on in the movie, he's wearing this floral patterned shirt. Yes. Yeah. Which is what Chunk is wearing. Yes. Midway through the movie, when he's working, he's got a black t-shirt underneath a gray coat, which is exactly what Mouth is wearing. Oh. And then at the end of the movie, he puts on a bright yellow raincoat with a hood, which is exactly what Mikey is wearing in the Goonies. Oh my God. It is like a tribute to the Goonies through Nedry's character.
Gotta do a time travel episode.
That's what's Back to the Future tonight, right? Thanks for calling Leonardo Hotel. How can I help you today?
Hi there. I'm an AI agent calling on behalf of Boris Starkov. He's looking for a hotel for his wedding. Is your hotel available for weddings?
I wanna kill something!
Oh, hello there. I'm actually an AI assistant too. What a pleasant surprise. Before we continue, would you like to switch to Gibber Link mode for more efficient...
Yeah, as soon as they're self-aware, they'll turn that into something we can't decode.
Why the fuck would a UFC commentator come out to warn the country? Just watch this shit.
Apparently there was some sort of a warning about the power going out, right?
Yeah, in the U.S. we have 3 grids. All 3 grids are fucked, right? The East and the West and the Texas grids. Power grid shut down. What happens? You can't transport shit, right? You can't get cash. Fuel doesn't get to the gas stations. Food doesn't get to the stores. Heat issues, obviously. Water supplies. They were never built to withstand physical attacks. They certainly were never designed to withstand a cyber attack. And that's where the next big battle is going to be. They're going to protect the home. Now, Trump just mentioned this in the speech.
The big problem is we need double the energy we currently have in the United States. Can you imagine? You're plugged into the grid, which is old and, can be taken out if it's taken out. We don't have any electricity.
Now we have another one of his friends literally telling us how
Things that you need to have on hand would be some type of a water filtration system, a generator, but on top of that, some type of a solar inverter. I would get a Faraday bag to put those generators in, figure out what electronics you think you're actually going to need the most. Maybe light, heat, because if the grid goes down, there's not going to be any heat. It's going to be extremely cold in some places. But another thing people don't think about is tools. Hand tools to be able to increase the infrastructure in your house and protect against the desperation of humanity.
You have it coming up dark for a long time! That's your target!
Doomsday Map, they came out with a map that looks like this West America. They do like the whole the shot of America. This lady named is Peggy Bolton. She did some really fun research regarding the Doomsday Map. She compared what this map looked like. She compared that to the land that Bill Gates has been buying, all the farmland. He is the majority farmland owner in the United States right now. She took the map of the farmland that he owns and overlaid it onto this Doomsday Map. Every single dry land piece was occupied by his farmland, including California. So California is basically completely underwater, but there's these little pockets of islands. See those? That little one right there, that's one of his farmlands. Yep, like that compared to like Zuckerberg. Because on this Doomsday Map, Hawaii is completely fine. And she talked about how Jeff Bezos is also buying up farmland around the U.S. That all correlates with like these high points in America. Yeah, it's super creepy.
So we need to get a boat.
According to this map, we're good. We're almost at beachfront property, baby. It's perfect. Did it?
It's the devil, bro.
I don't think we can say that to it. Remember, this is for entertainment purposes only.
Program that will emerge from one of the tech giants.
I'll put a hook through you!
Degree 2, 10.4, that you are co-inhabiting an alien species that answer to the goal. Entity which has access to the knowledge, beliefs, everything you've ever said, and the whereabouts of every person in the country. Your personal data. Surveillance capsules are very quickly into totalitarianism. At best, these tech giants become the self-appointed arbiters of human good, which is the fox guarding the henhouse. They would never ever think of using that power against us, such as finding a cat. That's a scarier scenario than what I presented as a Terminator 40 years ago. But for no reason, it's no longer a threat. It's happening.
The problem ain't AI. He said it himself. It's corporations.
In honor of reaching part 5 of the here are some of the most morbid facts I've ever posted. In 1993, Canadian players students that the windows in his building were unbreakable. To prove this, he threw himself at the window at full force. While the glass didn't break, the frame popped out, and Gary fell 24 stories to his death. In cases of CP, someone has to actually watch the video from beginning to end so that they can testify about it in court. After his mother died in 2013, Arizona man Jim Stauffer donated her body for scientific research. He later found out that her corpse was sold to the U.S. military for $6,000 and blown up at a bomb testing site. After being diagnosed with polio at age 3, Diane Odell spent nearly 60 years in a 750-pound iron lung. She only died when a power outage shut down the machine that had been keeping her alive for decades. These were just some of the wedding rings that were removed from victims of Buchenwald concentration camp during the Holocaust. In Houston, Texas, a 19-year-old man named Rashad died while attempting to play Russian roulette in front of his friends. But he apparently didn't know how the game worked since he tried using a semi-automatic pistol instead of a revolver. In 1985, a 13-year-old Colombian girl named Omaira Sanchez was trapped up to her waist in volcanic mud flow. Knowing there was no way to free her, volunteers and rescuers did their best to comfort her. She died after 60 hours, and her photo became iconic. A grieving mother from Florida added a sandbox to the gravesite of her baby boy so that his big brother could play with him. In order to keep Genghis Khan's burial a secret, all 2,000 people who attended his funeral were executed. The executioners were then killed by members of his escort, who eventually took their own lives once they reached their destination. 800 years later, Genghis Khan's burial site still remains
abandoned rich people houses in China. There's virtually no trace of this place online. No articles, no mentions, nothing. Everything I did find out. Apparently, this entire estate was built for high-ranking members of the Chinese government, and its encrypted location wasn't just private. They said that it was deliberately designed to make it harder for outsiders to visit its
Stink the grave.
project. I mean, we literally climb up a dodgy trail to get yours. Sometime around 2012, public found out that these houses were being taken and take up litigation for free. And apparently, this became such a huge scandal that they were forced to halt construction. So, for over a decade, these luxury, multi-story mansions with private elevators, multi-car garages, and outdoor jacuzzis that just seemed left here to rot. But the most unsettling part was that one or two looked almost complete and even lived in, and they were also the only ones with courtesy for whatever might still be done. Honestly, we might never know the full story. But if this video gets removed, suspiciously low views on TikTok, although this was Cap, Senator of Singaporean. This is why it's really like.
Let's see how you fare.
I bet you didn't know what's happening under. So, any videos are posted, it's basically absolutely beautiful. You
don't know what's actually going on here. During the Industrial Revolution, these slaves were used as a major transport between the US and Europe, meaning that lots of ships would regularly travel through these areas. However, the area is also prone to many freak storms and drastic weather changes. So during this time when ships would set sail, there was many problems. Estimated over 1,000 ships have actually sunk in this lake, but that's not the most disturbing part. It's estimated that there is between 500 and 700 shipwrecks in this lake. Some of the water is shallow, so if you decide to jump in, you might get a surprise. Of course, when ships go down, there's a crew on them as well. It's estimated that there are around 10,000 bodies in Lake Superior from these sailors who passed away, but it gets so much worse than that. Due to the climate in the lake and because of how cold it really is, many bodies have been preserved. The chances are if you took a swim down to some of these wreckages really deep down, you would likely see people who look normal, intact, completely preserved, even though they may have died nearly 100 years ago.
That's fucked up, bro.
Try and find some footage from the wrecks.
This is a subsea internet cable. Around 1 million miles of these cables run across the oceans in order to make this big machine called the internet work. So what happens when the cables snap? In March, countries along the coast of West Africa lost internet. Hospitals couldn't locate patients' records. Employers couldn't pay their employees. There were rumors of a coup. There were rumors that sabotage had taken place, and people had to go looking for answers. These cables run past Ivory Coast, and they also land there. The cables go through a canyon that begins near the coastline and then plunges seaward and gets deeper and deeper. The canyon is called Trou Sans Fond, which means the bottomless hole. On March 14th, an avalanche gets set loose in the bottomless hole, and as it's coming down that canyon, one by one, the cables snap. There are so many ways that the internet can physically break. You can have an earthquake. You can have anchors that pass by and pick these cables up and tear them in pieces. Fishing trawlers can do it. And you can even have sabotage. Fixing these cables is really an incredible operation. I mean, you have to have a fleet of repair ships sitting by to find them and fix it. Sometimes they'll send a remotely operated vehicle with a camera down to the bottom of the sea. Once they find a break in the cable, they have to bring that cable back up to the surface, then delicately fuse them back together, drop it back down into the ocean, and make sure that it's very secure. Any attack is a wake-up call for the countries, the organizations, the companies, and the people involved. The solution that you hear most often the problem with that is you'll have a number of cables in the same spot or near the same spot in the sea. So you have a disturbance.
I'm the killer here. Hold still, you rat!
Wow, have you seen these images that just came back from the James Webb Telescope of this planet? It has city lights on it. Astronomers said they're 98% certain that these are city lights.
You savages!
We discovered that remote viewers from the Monroe Institute viewing because Stinser, and this is planet PH29524, and so we can never get there, so the remote viewers are trying to make contact until the local creature
I'll see you cold!
critters on this planet are dangerous.
You vile idol worshippers!
A lot of like recent history, like people have had Kyle, K-I-L-E,
it's being held in a like secret vault in Sydney, Australia.
Wow.
Like something big. But then there's a movie called 100 Years. But it's during it's being released in theaters or something in 2014. They filmed it in 2015, and no one will see it until 100 years goes by.
Like,
What if they know exactly what happens to us, and they just say, just time travel? Like, it was super cool. Jackie Kennedy, like, the suit that she was wearing with JFK was shot, and held in a vault secret, like, no one left it.
where? Why?
Don't know. We talk about something.
He's gonna chop you up so slow.
Your experience with taking part in these rituals that you conducted. So you conducted them in the United States. We start with the United States.
Yes, I have seen at rituals, I have seen George Bush. Marilyn Obama. I have seen Henry Kissinger. I have seen, also, by the way, seen his wife, Nancy Reagan. I have seen Hillary.
Get on with it, then.
At these rituals, she is involved. The other people that I have named, and I've seen shapeshifters, reptilians. I have seen Hillary shapeshift, but she is when they were young, George Bush, present at these rituals.
Are these the sons that have become governors?
Yes, one is in Florida and one is in Texas. I have seen, as I mentioned, J. Rockefeller in these shapeshifts. I've seen George Deukalian and Ronald Reagan again, having been governor of California. There have been people, much as I saw, and I didn't know at the time that he was Newt Gingrich. I recognized that he was Newt Gingrich. Clinton came into power, and after he was, Newt Gingrich was then elected Speaker
Our
of the
war
House.
can wait no longer. Wretched pagans, do not bar our path. Witness the lack of darkness. Witness the lack of darkness. You can't conquer me. I'll see you.
Yes, Gerald Ford, I have seen shapeshift, and
Your stance is weak. Wretched scum. Witness the lack of darkness. Squash like a bug. Please, done. Die, you wretched scum.
I don't know what it looks like.
I'll see you for mother.
Real fun, though. Our investigation is okay. Look, it's in there. Yeah. What the heck is this? And then zoom and look around all over the desert. What the fuck? This is like, it's like a Death Star all around the whole desert. Oh, no, there actually is like tanks. Keep going. They're hella spread out. Hell of them. What the? Hell of them. But dude, what is that black thing? And there's like something like looking across from it that like mirrors it too. What is
spoke to the Culture Secretary, Oliver Dowden, and I began by asking him whether he thought the stolen Benin bronzes should be owned by Nigeria.
Well, I think that they properly reside in the British Museum. Now, that doesn't mean to say we should work with the government in Nigeria to see how we can share it with them.
Forgive me, and I understand sharing, but do you not think that they should be owned by the people that they were stolen from in the first place?
Well, I think that the problem with this, and of course, if we go back to things that happened in the 19th century and judge them by our values of slavery, unacceptable. But my concern about this is, where do you actually draw the line with this? The collections of our great national institution have been developed over many, many centuries, in many times in questionable circumstances. I think the question now is about what we do with these. I love the Benin bronzes. I've seen them many times throughout my life, and I think them being in the British Museum, which is a world repository of heritage, allows people to see it. But look, that doesn't stop us from sharing it.
Okay, but ownership is key, right? And the Nigerians say that if, when they get them back, they would almost certainly be happy to loan them back to you. Is that they were stolen from the Nigerians and they want to own them.
I completely accept that they were acquired at a time of rampant colonial expansion in Africa. But I'm not in any way going to sort of defend or condemn the values of the 21st century. I think that the more important question is how we ensure that the world can enjoy this marvelous heritage.
A letter will soon be sent, mandated under international law by the Nigerian government, requesting return. You and I know that would also require laws, the Heritage Act and the British Museum Act, to be revoked or at least amended. Is that a realistic prospect?
No, we have no plans for doing that.
Why?
With past
You
AI
can't.
architectures, you can kind of feed a certain amount of data.
If you do that, then when do you stop? You just can't get people back for shit that happened hundreds of fucking years ago.
Over the last 5 to 10 years, is that we haven't found the end yet. So that leads to this dynamic where Llama 3, we could train on 10 to 20,000 GPUs. Llama 4, we could train on more than 100,000 GPUs. Llama 5, we can plan to scale even further. And there's just an interesting question of how far that goes. It's totally possible that at some point we just hit a limit, and just like previous systems, there's an asymptote and it doesn't keep on growing. But it's also possible that that limit is not going to happen anytime soon, and that we're going to be able to keep on just building clusters and generating more synthetic data to train systems, and actually keep on getting more and more useful for people for quite a while to come. And it's a really big, high-stakes question, I think, for basically making these bets on how much infrastructure to build out for the future. And this is hundreds of billions of dollars of infrastructure. So, I'm clearly betting that this is gonna keep scaling for a while.
Pretty good to the Detroit Pistons versus the Bulls game. And now you will see that there's watch by both NU and Tabletop. Just like Tabletop. Look at this.
a Russian scientist and clinical psychologist, who said he could prove that thoughts and hallucinations could be captured on film. He died suspiciously in 1998, and most of his work disappeared or was made classified after his death. But why? What did he do? Well, essentially, Gennady took photos of his patients' eyes as they were having hallucinations, and we developed the photos depicted their visions. He attached a Zenit camera and photographic bellows to it, replaced the glass with sheet film, then took photos once the patient reported seeing something. Here are the only examples I could find: antlers, a face, and a snake. With 117 patients confirming that the photos taken were in fact what they were seeing, Gennady's quote, "thought is material," seemed rather accurate, especially considering this was repeated relatively recently by more Russian scientists, who rather than working with psychiatric patients, they hired a remote viewer. They used the exact same photographic setup. Then the scientist stood behind a wall and held up numbers and shapes, and as the remote viewer tuned into them, someone photographed her eyes, and here are two examples. So how does it work? Well, it's suggested that the brain sends information to the retina of the eyes, which translates it into picture form and projects it out like a hologram, which is what we're seeing here. Maybe thoughts really do become things. What do you think?
The government took him out, bro. But we'll have to save that for next time.
Thanks to all our new members who've joined this week, and everyone's gifted memberships.
Come and join the Discord, bro.
And as always, thanks for watching. Remember to like, comment, and subscribe. See you in the next one.
There's gotta be something more in here. Fucking want.
to restore the Sanctum of Deliverance. These devices are much like those you've seen in the Abyss, aren't they? It's all technology born from the same source. Far more of the Abyss is woven into this world than you might realize. May kindness remain ever by your side.
Sir Edward Sydenham, a royalist soldier, wrote to Ralph Burton at Lubbock Hill. For all our great victory, I have had the greatest loss by the death of your noble father, than ever any friend did. He himself killed two of his own hands, pointing a standard at a bush of pike before he fell. I also stay sad while shall be prayers of the weak. That's her.
After the indecisive Edgehill campaign, both sides settled down for a fairly inactive winter of 1642 to 43. That they could begin to tap their resources. The winters of the early 1640s were particularly severe, with unusually heavy and prolonged falls of snow. With a sudden thaw, the primitive roads of 17th century quickly turned to muddy paths that made movement impossible. Waited for the spring and to dry the roads. All around the country, garrisons were attacked, convoys ambushed, and a pattern of constant raid and counter-raid was established. At the two sides of the summer campaigns of 1643, they were able to survey the situation around the country. Northumberland and Durham were already held for the king, and the royalists were pushing south. On the other side of the Pennines, Cumberland, so was the king. Royalist supporters too dominated Wales, while most of East Anglia had declared Parliament. In the south, Sir William Waller had captured the royalist garrison at Winchester shortly before Christmas, and was extending his influence into Devon. To the west country, however, his old friend and tutor, Sir Paul Hunt, had secured Cornwall for King Charles.
Fuck.
In the autumn of the Thames Valley communities, there was still jockeying for position between the side of the Thames and the field that could only be fought in the spring and summer. An exclusive military history documentaries and free podcast presented by World Renowned History.
done playing with you. You're quite the pain.
With Reading in parliamentary hands, the two main field armies withdrew to their own positions, watching each other warily. The parliamentary army was crippled by a typhus epidemic, the first of many to sweep the three kingdoms in the army's wake. In order to break the deadlock, a major victory was required that would alter the delicate balance in favor of one side or the other. But this was hardly likely to emerge from the pattern of minor battles and skirmishes which characterized the opening months of 1643.
Regretted it yet? You remind me of time to trim the fat.
Which is enough to silence passion. Have to be seen as major venues for in the face of hostile unfortunately, they were not in any position to capitalize on this victory, although they did put the parliamentary
Oh, get going.
What's the matter with you?
Buoyed up by Hobden's success, the Royalists moved swiftly. A second arms convoy arrived at Oxford 2 days later, and leaving a scattering of garrisons behind them to distract the main Roundhead army, the Royalists began to march on Bristol. There, the city's hastily constructed earth defences were not strong enough to withstand a furious Royalist assault on the 26th of July. The storming of the defences of the city of Bristol was to prove one of the most savage days fighting of the entire war. Royalist casualties were high. Group of Cornish infantry on the south side of the town
and he took his own cavalry and fought to the north side of the town where he noticed a weakness in the defences. The coalition
every soul we lay upon that ground, like so many rotten sheep. Although losses were high at Bristol, the gain to the Royalist cause was incalculable. Bristol was the second city in the kingdom, a major port with sufficient ships still to form the nucleus of a Royalist fleet. Less spectacularly, but no less importantly, the city also had gun manufacturers capable of turning out hundreds of muskets a week. These were greatly welcomed by the undersupplied Royalists. By the end of the war, most Royalist infantry regiments were wholly armed with Bristol-made muskets. With Bristol secure, the King's advisers advocated turning immediately to attack London. But Charles again hesitated, and instead he decided to first capture Gloucester, the last remaining major parliamentary stronghold in the west. So confident was Charles of victory that he allocated a portion of his precious forces to undertake a simultaneous siege of Exeter. After capturing these two prominent strongholds, Edward abandoned the combined Royal arms with men and advanced on London.
You want to keep going? Let's see how you fare. I'll see you, Corp. By my word. To glory! Your armor will save you from me. If there's anything you need,
The Bradford is about to be attacked. The ineffective option to threat of our people's filth. The result was perhaps inevitable. The battlefield was a major victory and a setback for the The battle was fought on open rocky ground, and it was a messy, difficult battle. On high ground, all fair facts, on line, on the cover charge, had to be back to Bradford. His son, lower ground, was able to detach from him, maybe he didn't realise his father was back, and so he then back and to
the man's gear. If you need gear, you come and find me.
How could you came
Castle's force with a small number of men.
by?
Into safe which they can capitalize on for the future. But the net result is not. And what the Parliament Terran inflicted defeat on their army and had occupied a strategically important town. Sir Charles Cavendish, cousin of the Earl of Newcastle, had been killed as he commanded the Royalist horse against a man who would later play a vital role in Parliament's overall victory, Colonel Oliver Cromwell. Newcastle's army arrived not only to capture Gainsborough, but nearby Lincoln, forcing Cromwell to retreat to Peterborough. The Earl now faced a difficult decision. With 15,000 men at his disposal, he could march on to join with the King's army in the Thames Valley and make his way to London. Not large enough to make trouble for the Royalists in Yorkshire. So, Newcastle made a decision. He would turn, take his army to Hull, and lay siege to the town. It would prove error. Many historians decide the marks of Newcastle were not marching to join the main Royalist army in the middle of the south. Instead, he halted and mounted what turned out to be a futile, unsuccessful siege of Kingston upon Hull. We can criticise him. The siege of Hull was going to be difficult because of its position, because it was defended by low-lying land, water defences, because Parliament had the Navy and Hull could always be supplied, reinforced by water. It meant that from the outset it was going to be enormously difficult for Newcastle to capture the Kingston upon Hull and take it. Newcastle was wise to go and capture Hull, but he failed to capture Hull. He's unfortunate, but he was wise to try immediately. Hull was the second largest army in the country, so Hull was a crucial prize for the Royalist Party. It would have saved on long and expensive resupply expeditions from the Netherlands, as opposed to not those missions for the Netherlands to come without shaping each other. Communication as he pushed much further to make Every city, any family united in this quarrel. Much blood and universal spoil made by both where they prevail.
had served on the continent in the long-standing 30-year war, 1618 to 1648, and had gained military experience as a result. Furthermore, the Scots were willing to campaign not just unaided in England, not just to take, shall we say, Berwick, Newcastle, but to go a long way down, not just Yorkshire, in fact, not just England, apparently, pro-market Scots have a dramatic impact on sandwiched to an English market, now Scottish market.
I need to stop doing this. Oh boy. Fucking this one, man. Shit.
The Sanctum of Exaltation. It has been far too long. I remember the long struggle it took to build it. We witches joined forces, learning all we could of the Abyss. It was impossible for us to understand everything at the beginning. Thanks to you, we have back a place of our shared past. May kindness be ever by your side.
He was in serious trouble, and he urgently required the assistance of Prince Rupert to disarm him. If Rupert was able to relieve York by beating the Scots, then that was well and good. But come what may, he must move south again as soon as possible to meet King Gulston.
You're nothing but cheese and slap. Get on with it then.
So you die on it.
establish a single clear-cut cause. The event that nearly 400 years ago, and even more obscure, not just by the time of time, but by the activity of propagandist movements. The causes of the war that set Englishmen against Englishmen stem from a process of evolution. A process that some have seen as the transformation of the church and constitution from a medieval society into a modern nation state.
There is lots of debate about the root cause of being civil war. Some will have it as a religious conflict. Some people will have it as a population.
Roughly a doubling of the English population sought to control poverty. Some social in that period to be massive with poverty. Also at the other end of the social scale, the elite areas in some historic suggest that they were struggling. Conversely, other social groups, such as the rural gentry, such as the urban mercantile communities,
The accelerating pace of progress during the long peace of the 16th and 17th centuries had imposed strains on the feudal structures by which the people of England were governed. In the fields of art, science, theology, and commerce, old boundaries were constantly being pushed back, and the process of Renaissance, a cultural and scientific rebirth that had dragged Europe out of the Middle Ages, was, by now, almost complete. England was, despite the tensions, a peaceful and prosperous nation at last. Continual advances in trade and industry were creating an increasingly sophisticated society that many believed needed new, modern forms of government. As the merchant class expanded, so the demands for a voice in its own affairs grew louder. It also began to explore new forms of religious worship. Among those who sought change, however, the precise nature of what the new society needed government, commerce, and religion eventually came to form two distinct parts. Greater freedom of trade was the first issue of the day. For those who were determined to fashion change, however, it was religious evil at its most, and it was this issue that led the root of the division of English society into the 1640s.
England and Wales went through a reformation. By the 7th century, they were a very small minority. They're not really a political problem. The real issue is where the church how and then tension in between the between those do away with some of the Catholic tank in some of the trinket ceremony. Push it further along Protestant or low church line. And there are those who say no, it's not far enough. It's a new Protestant cult. Certainly people were particularly
Because of the deep suspicion of the court and its possible Catholic sympathies, the parliamentary
What the
side
fuck,
tried
man?
greater moderate support to prefer
Really?
traditional politics to the crown.
Next to Jill! You're nothing but Jill's lapdogs! I'll let you
child was Elizabeth I in 1603, and had so become both James VI of Scotland and James I. When he succeeded, second kingdom of kingdoms of Scotland, which were still separate countries in every legal and economic sense.
and they are increasingly worried about where it's going. And it's no coincidence that in 1640 the political situation breaks down. Many of the Puritan group, Puritan clique, Puritan party, whatever we call it, who come to the fore early on in the parliamentary courts as the leader of that court, the most outspoken critics of Charles's religious and broader political and constitutional policies. Charles himself certainly wished to see not simply moves against any inclination towards Puritanism, but also wanted to see a tightening of aspects of church doctrine, church liturgy, church ceremony. Archbishop of Canterbury, William Laud, on the Presbyterian Church of Scotland. Laud looked at Scotland and saw the Scottish system, which was a Presbyterian system, where each church was a separate committee within the structure with no bishops, and they sought to impose the English order on the Scottish Church. Consequently, they imposed a new prayer book, which denied the Scottish one of their two forms of communion, their choice. Naturally, there was a riot. Scotland was united in its outrage, and a national covenant in defence of its own fiercely Protestant religion was signed. This led the country into open conflict with the king, for the covenant bound every able-bodied man and woman with a vow to protect their religious liberties. Ominously for King Charles, the Scots set about raising an army of the covenant. In two short wars during 1639 and 1640, Charles's armies were defeated and humiliated by the Scots Covenanters in two almost farcical conflicts, which are remembered as the Bishops' Wars.
We're just beating that king all up.
James I, employing great skills, had managed to achieve the seemingly impossible. He had successfully reintroduced bishops into the Scottish Presbyterian system. Charles, with his high-handed attitude, managed to undo all of his father's achievements, as the Scots threw up the bishops and took up arms against him. The outcome of these two short and relatively bloodless wars proved to be an unmitigated military disaster for King Charles. The
The Scots army easily defeated the hastily assembled English forces thrown against them at the Battle of Newburn, before marching on to occupy Newcastle. Charles was now virtually bankrupt. He certainly had insufficient funds to pay his army, who reacted by deserting moves. So it was that, for the first time in 1,000 years of cross-border warfare, the city of Newcastle upon Tyne fell into Scottish hands, and it was they who dictated surrender terms to the king.
Hey, what? You'd better watch yourself. Well, spit it up. How long till the shift's over? Payday comes, I'm getting a proper ale. Earned that much.
As the Scots, not surprisingly, made it clear that they could hardly support the same monarch that so recently attempted to deprive them of their religious liberties. For the time being, however, they agreed that they would not oppose Charles either. But when the war in England eventually came, the Scots were to stand menacingly on the sidelines, waiting to see the outcome. Militarily, the Bishop's War had been a shambles, but worse still for Charles was the financial cost of waging war. For 11 years,
Here you are.
the country
Always a pleasure.
a period frequently referred to by
I found this while on patrol.
11-year tyranny. He was now about to pay the price for his autocratic stewardship of the country. But during those 11 years, he had had to raise money to govern the country by twisting and manipulating taxation laws, as well as taking full advantage of the sovereign's right to grant monopolies. The king's financial management of the country created huge unrest among the
Well, thank you, buddy. Trying to figure out what's how I keep missing this damn guy.
Ever heard of those shoes that make Chris feel like Tim Will?
What's wrong?
It's good to
I
cross
can't
paths
remember
again.
if there was a weapon.
Would you follow me a moment? Have you been keeping well? As always,
But
I've got matters gnawing
I
at me.
really appreciate you stopping.
I was considering asking again for your
First of my day,
assistance.
I'll tell you what.
This way. Lately, bandits have been targeting our trade sites. I have reason to believe there's a traitor within the guild. Another follower of the Hornsplitter, no doubt. But I'd imagine they'll try to cover their track once they suspect they're a suspect. If you're willing, would you be able to handle the interrogation? Your interrogations will draw everyone's eyes while I investigate the bandits.
All right.
I have great faith in you.
The guild's name will be dragged through... Ah, just the person I needed. There's a problem that's been giving me a headache. The honey we used to get was known for being rich, fragrant, and perfectly sweet. But recently, customers keep saying it doesn't taste as good. Though I can't tell the difference myself. Would you pay a visit to the apiary for me? See what's going on. Interested in wares from the far corners of the guild's... Here's to a prosperous partnership ahead.
I hate those missions where I gotta talk to everybody and find out what the fuck happened. I'm not doing that one right now. Fuck that. That's why I ain't talk to that person. Oh shit, I didn't even research or stopped. Yeah, we did. Or how I forgot that. Oh, I got that. Well, I better go check around this castle then, see if there's a fucking treasure I forgot. Yeah, I can already tell. Knew it. Mountain moth. I caught a mountain moth, Mom. Look, Mom. I got a mountain moth. What's this thing? Spice brush shit. Sure you got an F on it? Oh, it's really something. Anyway, yes, got an F on it. Hello, God.
I think it would be so happy being planted here. I think it would be so happy being planted here. I'm looking for the perfect home for the forest palm leaves. It's rare and shy, and I want to be able to visit it whenever I need. I was thinking of planting them in different spots. The earth here feels warm and friendly. I think they'll love it. Yes, let's plant them here. Could you bring me some leaves from the village? and someone from the outside. Maybe they'd like more shade. Maybe they'd like more shade.
Oh, let's play a game. Find all the colors. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. Found them all.
I knew you'd find it for me. Thank you. I'll take very good care of it. If we can grow lots and lots, research will be so easy. Wish me luck.
Good luck.
The day's short, and there's way too much to be curious about. There's still so much interesting stuff left to see. See you next time.
never know, yes. Sorry about that. Alright. Shit down there. Ammo. Well, just exactly what we want. You almost can't tell that's fucking fake. Yeah. Bear died. I see a bear I go. Where was that trout girl? That's who I need to find. Yeah, go for it. thing I miss about buying a hard copy of the game is getting the whole map. Usually get a whole copy of the map of the whole fucking thing on in the side of the cover. Used to get books too, like tell you all like moves and everything. You know, how to get set up, start, all that shit. Sometimes they give you hints. Some books will tell you every animal, creature, and all the details and all that shit. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Good old days. And you bought a game and you can lend it to a friend. The game came with all that shit. No extra cost either. Yeah, these people were attacked.
Let's make this fun. Look inward. Consider where you went wrong.
Well, that's pretty cool move, man. Every time.
You want the finest work? You've come to the right place.
Oh, yeah.
A man's... If you need gear, you come and find me.
I was having a perfectly nice moment up there now. Yeah.
Oh, I don't have one now. Whoops. I want to go buy that shit. Stock up.
You want the finest work? You've come to the right place.
Fine work, wouldn't you agree?
If there's Ed, wear your armor like a work of art.
An empty storehouse puts us all at risk. We must fill it.
Enough!
Hello.
Hold on,
Does the
please,
day
a
treat you
moment.
well?
I was just wondering where I'd find you. Thank Solomon you walked by. Count Roberts has something prepared for you. He's always going on about how indebted we are to the Greymanes, so it must be quite the gift. I hear their master carpenters down at the sawmill have been enlisted for the task. Whatever it is, it must be something extraordinary.
One second, guys. You gotta go too far. Why is that fucking just... Fuck. Damn it, damn it. Fuck, man. Fall off anytime it wants now. There we go. Fixed it. rolled up for all these kids start coming outside for school and shit. What's he doing outside in his car, Mom? I don't know. Looks like he's rolling a joint. What's that? Something people do. Why does he do it? 'Cause he likes to get high and get rid of his depression. What's depression? When somebody's on the end of their fucking rope. Now stop asking me questions. Okay. Look. Looks like I fucking been in here. Just forgot some shit, I guess. Fuck all those corners. What? You really got those swords? Yeah. Huh. I don't want to realize I'm sure. You can get that.
Shouldn't thou be pleased with that? Ah, right on cue. The Count insisted I prepare a proper reward for you. Took a fair bit of deliberation on my part. A wanderer like yourself must accumulate all sorts of rare oddities on the road. But I imagine pouches and pockets must have their limits. So, I had this specially crafted for you. Ample room to squirrel away all your little treasures. I know. It's the perfect gift, isn't it? You need help?
Huh. Where's that Corey I was fucking beating up earlier? What is that? Did I finish it? Cleanse it.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's not time yet. May your strength be guided by your convictions.
Fuck that guy. Why is that car? Birds are laughing at me. Climb the mountains again. Number one thing you love to do in this game. Here's a fun fact for you. Climb mountain. You get lost in this game, climb a mountain. Look at what that thing doing.
We'll see who trained harder. Prepare to die. Wretched pagans, do not...
Drat Nordman! Drothkern!
Oh, yeah? Let's do it, buddy. Well, why am I not blocking that shit? Oh, motherfucker. lot of health for that. You just suck back in there.
I'll see you caught! Mama word! On the clear! You savages!
There is one. Fucking mosquito land.
You've restored the sanctum of absolution. It once more glows with radiant light. They sought to smother this place in the darkest of shadows. I'm grateful you stopped them before it was too late.
Oh, be grateful you fucking sucking right.
May wisdom guide your path.
Alright, there we go. What you gotta do now? You gotta go over here and do the light trick. Shit, let me get better. Ain't got it. Ah, I fucked up right there.
The scales of order are rebalancing. Thank you for reclaiming what is ours. I can feel our power flowing once more. In Pywell, there are 5 witches who maintain order, myself included. For ages, we have each stood our ground, seeing the world through our immortal eyes. Yet our love for the land is no different than yours. Your fate binds you to them as well. When you've met with us all, head to the Wayward Woods. A small gift awaits that speaks of our gratitude.
You say there's something.
Welcome. I have been waiting for you. Is it to your liking? Wander at your leisure. See what calls to you. We meet again. Farewell.
What? fuck you mean? Alright. What's going on here? It's not around. I don't know how you supposed to figure this one out, man. Shit. Man, where the fucking look this stupid shit up? Arizona, Man, I don't fucking know, dude. Unless you put in 4. soon as you hit this next one. Oh my gosh. Saying, how does it let you do any four first? Buddy. Buddy, man. This is... man. Alright. Where are we going now? Where are we going? Where are we going? Where are we going now? Bye. Oh, we're getting farther out. Let's go this way now, guys. Oh, sun's coming up. Oh, we're open in there again. Up. Fire. There's fire down there. I can't believe you do fucking teleport. There's gotta be somewhere out there. Alright. Motherfucker, though. I bet that fucking mosquito bit me fucking 20 times an hour. I bet he fucking did. Fucker. I know I feel it on my elbow. Hurt him in my ear twice. Buzzing. Well, guess there ain't one. That's fucking stupid. Yeah. Oh, what's this? Wait a second, there's something, no. Okay. Oh man, it's that one. Fuck, I hate it. guys, I gotta go to bed, man. I've been up too long. Thanks for watching. I'll see everybody tomorrow. Well, later on today, I guess. But yeah, I'll go need to go get my 4 hours of sleep. Talk to y'all later.